Hey there guys, welcome to another live stream. Let's get everything ready. I hope you guys are doing all right. I'm doing pretty fine. I'm gonna do my little introduction. If you guys wanna get one of the t-shirts that you're seeing in the screen right now, you know the deal. Go to the Basic Waves website and you can use the code Artifacts10 to get a 10% discount. Check them out. Really like the shirts. Also, if you want to be a member of my Discord, you can check the invite link below the stream. And if you have a track for feedback, you can send them to my email address. I'm going to be doing a feedback session on the end of the stream, so if you have something, then get the tracks ready. So, I hope the Twitch chat is working, because I'm seeing a message in the screen right now that the Twitch chat is not working. Or that it's not connecting, so I'll have to see. Let's see if I switch to a different scene. Doesn't look like it's working. I don't know why, but let's check. If I let me do. Alright, that fixed it. Cool. Okay, nice. So, last week I said that I was gonna be working on the same tune as we did last week, but change of plans. Yeah, change of plans. Thing is, I pretty much finished the track, so there's no point in me working on that track right now. So, new haircut, no. But, yeah, I finished that track, so that's not gonna be something for this stream. I still need to do, like, the final mixdown, but that's gonna be for when I have all the tracks ready for the EP. I'm gonna be working on a new track, so I was watching a documentary yesterday. It was a documentary about samurais, and I found some pretty cool vocals in there, so I was like, okay. Well, I was also working on a little track in Ableton, and it's actually a really old school sounding thing. Actually, what I have right now is literally just addictive drums and a bass and one little atmosphere sample here, and that is pretty much what we're gonna start off with. So, at some point, I do wanna incorporate some of those vocal samples that I found, and since we're on the theme of like samurais, probably some Japanese traditional percussion instrument or something like that, and maybe some sword samples or something like that. I don't know. We'll probably figure something out. And but I really want to work on the drop first. So yeah, that's what we're gonna do today. I have some tea, so we're ready to go. If there's any questions during the stream, then let me know, and I'll try and answer them. By the way, guys, thanks for a lot of support on the last two tutorial videos. They are really doing great, and they're pretty much doing about twice as good as my normal videos, so I can thank you guys a lot for that. Sakuhachi. Well, that's not really how you pronounce it, but I know what you mean. You mean the flute, the Japanese flute. That's not a sakuhachi, that's a shakuhachi flute. Like, I'm not sure if I pronounce it right, but I know what instrument you mean. So let's see what the chat is saying. Big drum and sword lancing atmospheres. Well, yeah, that's probably what we could use. Can you play the tune once? Yes, of course. We have just started, so I haven't even gotten to play it yet. Like I said, it's an addictive drums that I have, and I also have this bass that I made, which is actually just a really simple Reese, and those together sound like this. And it just pretty much continues like that. The drums are really rough right now. Like, that kick drum is pretty dirty. I really like the sound of the kick, to be honest. I think it just needs like a little bit of extra punch. And it just sounds very dirty, and the kick is a little bit too long. I can probably make it shorter in Addictive Drums, but that also screws with the sound of the kick on the on, let's say, the overhead channels inside of Addictive Drums, and I actually like the sound it has right now. So I think what I'm gonna do is split up the kick drum, the snare, and the hi-hats on 3 different tracks, and then bounce those to audio. Then I can actually shorten them on the actual audio itself, and then I can probably fatten them up with maybe a synthesized layer or something like that to give it some extra punch, or some transient shaping. I don't know, something like that. We'll have to see. But the drums itself sound already pretty damn fat. It's I started from a funk kit, I think. Yeah, I started from this funk kit, this one right here, the Get D Funk. I mean, that one sounds pretty cool. And I added a bunch of processing on it, not too much actually, it's just a little EQ. That EQ is to make the snare come through a bit better. Here we have some, what is it, some distortion, I think? Yeah, that's a distortion. And then another distortion, and what this is actually doing is this like a more like an analog type distortion with some EQ, I guess. And I'm really boosting it on this one, and that's running very hard into Camel Fat, which is using a little bit of the tube distortion, and that makes the drums sound really nice, because without this, and you could do this last Camel Fat layer, you could do that with, let's say, Isotope Trash. Just, you know, try out one of the distortion types and see which one sounds best, and just run something really hard into that. But without these effects, this is what the drums sound like. So that's super quiet. That's really quiet, actually. And I basically just added a Camel Fat. Gives it a little volume boost, but it's not too good yet. And then we have this thing. So it's actually just like a it adds drive. It adds pretty much it kind of adds like of course it adds volume. It pretty much this is just like a gain setting here, but it also kind of like gives it some drive, some edge. I really like the sound of it. And then I just wanted to give it a little boost here on the EQ. That snare sits around, what is this? This is 331 Hertz. That's pretty much the frequency I tuned the snare to, which is the key of E, by the way. That really brings out some of the frequency in the snare, which is really nice. Now the thing is, we have to clean up the kick. That's the main point in this drum loop. It sounds really nice though. The thing I'm doing here, you can look at this. Sorry. Let me uncheck that button right there. So we have just a kick here. And then we get the snare, the main snare. And then we get the ghost snares. Which are pretty much just snare drums, but on a much lower velocity, so they're much quieter, and they actually sound different as well. That's the beauty of Addictive Drums, because they multi-sampled all the instruments, all the different drum sounds. You have like a different sounding kick when you play it lower in volume than when you play a louder one. So, and that's the same for all of the drum sounds included in it, so that's why it's so great. And then just a bunch of hats right here at the top, which are literally just this. That's just what the hats are doing. So that's what it is. Well, let's see. Yeah, right. A preamp with a high shelf. That's what it is, and it does add like a little bit of distortion, a little bit of saturation to the sound when you drive it up, kind of like what an analog preamp would do. So that's why I used it. I tried it out, and normally I would use that plugin during the mixing stage, and when I want to have like a little bit of edge to maybe, I don't know, vocal or bass sound or something like that. But I was just doing some sound design on these drums, and I was like, what kind of stuff do I have? What can I put on here? And I was like, okay, let's try this out. And I cranked the gain, and I had the camel fat right after it with that little bit of tube distortion, and I cranked the gain into that camel fat, and I was like, holy damn, that sounds dirty. We're gonna use this. So that's how it came to be, pretty much. If it's F, I usually have my snare hitting in G sharp. This track is going to be in E, and the snare is going to be hitting in E as well. Normally I don't really tune my drums, to be honest. I just do whatever sounds good. But this time I was looking at what is the pitch. I was pitching it around in Addictive Drums, and I couldn't really find what pitch sounded best. So I was like, okay, what frequency does E hit at? 200 hertz is G. So E is below 200 hertz, which would mean that the snare would get pretty low pitched. And I was like, maybe a higher pitched snare would actually work better. So I pitched it to an E, I think an octave up, which is 330 something hertz. So okay, let's see. Are ghost snares supposed to keep the rhythm IR? Well, I can show you what the ghost snares do. Like, this is without. That is without. And with those ghost snares, they're like off beat. So as you can see, the hi-hats are here, and they're hitting in between the hi-hats and the snares and the kicks. So they just give it that rolling kind of thing, and probably I'm not gonna use them throughout the entire track. In some parts I might actually do it without the ghost snares, because it actually sounds cool as well. So it's just like, it gives it some more rhythm, I guess. And that bass is also pretty simple. Most of it is actually EQ, that I could probably do inside one EQ, but I don't give a damn. Let's see. We have, this is the bass by itself. So, very, very simple actually. Just a saw wave, 8 voices. I brought the width down a little bit so it doesn't get too wide, but I didn't brought the random phase down. I actually let that phase be random. I think for this kind of sound, for that old school Reezy kind of sound, that could actually work. It kind of depends on what kind of sound that you want, right? You have the Reezes that really oscillate, so where you hear the modulation very clearly, and that modulation speeds up and slows down when you play different pitches. But every now and then, in these old school sounding tracks, you also heard like Reeses that were wider, and where you didn't really hear that oscillation, and that is like what happens here. It's just because the phase is not re-triggering every single time, and we have some width to it, so it's not mono, and then you don't really hear that oscillation too much. But it does get quite of a nice sound. And how I achieved it on the filter here, you have the key tracking on the filter, right? So if you turn it on, and if I bypass this, bypass that, so now this filter should have key tracking. It's way too low right now on the cutoff, but it does get better when I or it does move up, and when we go to a higher pitch, so it does work. If I bring this up, it should sound better. But the range is very limited, and it's a fixed range as well. So what I did instead is, let me actually do that. I didn't use the key tracking here. One other downside of the key tracking is, by the way, if you want to use a bass sound that has glide, so that it glides into a higher note, the key tracking does not glide. The key tracking here on the filter. So if you use this one, and you have a gliding bass sound that glides to maybe an octave up, and the filter should open up along with that, the key tracking on the filter itself literally just jumps to the higher position instantly, and it's not like a smooth glide. But the note key tracking right here, the modulation source that you can use, does do glide. So if you want to make like a gliding bass patch, always use this if you want to control, like, or if you want to have key tracking, because that does the gliding itself. This one does not. So you can see I played around with this shape here, and that's literally to give it the range that I needed. So if I play this now, you can see what this is doing. Okay, I have to turn this on. So at this bottom, at the lower notes, the point is right here at the bottom. And that corresponds to it about, well, the filter being about here. And then on the higher notes, the filter is about here, and that is because the dot is then around here, which kind of like this, yeah, it just represents this line here, that blue range. So right here at the bottom would be, right here at this bottom line, that would be all the way down here, and right here at the top would be all the way at the maximum of that blue range. So just playing around with that can give you some really interesting results. And then, let's see, we have some EQ. This is a mid-side EQ, just to make sure that the low end is going to be mono. Helps to make it mono-compatible. Then I have another EQ. Let's see what's in here, by the way. Nothing too special, actually. Just a little bit of the distortion here, which is, I think, maybe even on the default setting. I just brought the mix down, I see. A little bit of chorus and a little bit of multiband compression, so that's not much either. It's literally just almost the default stuff, I think. So yeah, then we have an EQ. To get rid of some mids, which I think was needed. Then a multiband dynamics, which is actually just compressing the sub and making it nice and consistent. And a final EQ to get rid of even more mids. Might not even be needed, but let's keep it off for now. Then one other thing that I did, I sent this to a return track. On this return track I have this chain, which is a Valhalla vintage verb. I think I just played around. Oh no, I just chose this preset, Aerial Hall. Then an EQ to really pretty much just narrow it down on a specific band of frequency. So I really just wanted to have some reverb in this frequency range, and then a saturated to make the reverb a little bit louder. And that really adds some nice little touch to the bass. And that together created this. Okay, let's see. Hey, Art, do you still use your hardware stuff you got? No, currently not. I'm thinking about getting a different audio interface, which would need to have more inputs and outputs, so that I can actually hook my hardware up again. The one I currently use, the Focusrite 2i4, does not have enough outputs, and definitely not enough inputs to hook everything up. It's not that I have a lot, but the things that I do have, it would be nice to be able to utilize during the tutorials or during the live streams or just while I'm making tracks. So, yeah, I would like to hook it up again, but currently I'm not able to. Okay. Let's see. What are we gonna do with this? Okay, let's try work on that drum pattern first. I also heard something just now that sounded a little bit weird. I don't think it was right. Oh yeah, it's about here. I think that should be what it should sound like. Yeah. Okay. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna duplicate this, and I'm gonna duplicate it again, and let's split this up. I know you can like probably do a multi-output thing, which would probably be better, but I'm too lazy for that, especially right now. Let's see. Let's get rid of all that. So here we're gonna have the snares and no hi-hats. And then here we're gonna have just the hi-hats. I could probably split up the main snare and the ghost snares maybe, but shouldn't really be needed, but let's do it anyway. Okay. Freeze that shit. Hey Septim, hey Mirrorman, welcome both to the stream. Ah, damn, that's hot. Okay, let's flatten that. Okay. So that kick is really loud. That's one thing that we know for sure. Might want to tone it down a little bit. Let's go back one step. If it wants to. Yeah, of course it wants to. Let's unfreeze that. It's a little bit loud. I can always make it even louder in the end if I want to, but let's see. Although it has a nice sound, so I'll set that one at that. little bit more balanced. I can always make it louder in the end, so... Yes. Flatten. It's probably still going to be loud, but... Yeah, like I said, it's still going to be loud, but... it looks better, though. Looks better. But you can see, like... You can see why I mean this kick needs to be cleaned up. Because that low end is going on all the way through here. See? And that's not what you want. That's going to muddy up the low end a lot. And that means that we get a lot less space for the bass, which is not good. So we have to, we definitely have to work on that. Okay. So the first kick has more high end than the other two. So this kick has a little bit more, just comes through the mix a little bit better. Probably something like that should be good. Better. Okay. How we're gonna do this? Let's put these on a new track so that I can do this. Let's see. So here we have some extra bits. Let's just take this whole section, actually. This is a little boring, I know, but we'll have to do this. Okay, not together with that one. Okay, maybe not on these. Okay, now we can just copy this over. Okay. Here I'm going to get rid of these. And then I should be able to copy this entire thing over, and that should line up. And it does, okay, and then do that. And that also lines up. Cool. Okay, now we can get rid of that other track. So now we have our kick from Addictive Drums, okay. This is our snare from Addictive Drums. These are the ghost snares. And we've got some hats. Cool. And now the beauty of it is that we can all EQ it differently, which is really a lot better in my opinion. Let's drop an EQ on all of these. So first thing up. Look at how loud that snare gets. Just from making that EQ cut. It's now peaking super loud. It's actually clipping very loud. It doesn't really matter because I have a camel fat on the master, on the group of the drums. So there's a little camel fat here with nothing going on. If I boost this maybe 1 or 2%, we get a little bit of tube distortion on that snare. And it basically just cuts it off at 0 dB, so it should be fine, but we might want to address that. Maybe if I use a smoother curve. No, it's still gonna clip. But I can always just, of course, drop a saturator after it turns soft clip on. And it's fixed, so. Okay, let's see what happens in the mid side here. So, this is the kick. Yeah, like I thought, there's a lot of kick on the sides as well. Let's see. I'm gonna roll it off a little bit. And it already cleans it up a lot. Okay, let's set up a sidechain as well. That can be a bit shorter, so that I can do this. And that's the rhythm of the drums. I'm probably just gonna do... These are like ghost kicks, so I'm not sure if I want to do like sidechain on them. Maybe a little bit, but let's just do this. We'll see how that sounds. And then here the snare does something different, so here I need to do this. Okay, like that. And these other sections were the same, so I should be able to just do this. Except for here, we get a different thing on the snare, so let's see. These need to be gone. And then here, this last one needs to be gone. Okay, cool. Do you sidechain with a compressor now? I watched your video about doing it manually by automating utilities gain. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. That's the thing. Both ways work. I did find out that when I make a really short file here, so the sidechain itself, it's really short. I could probably even make it shorter, like something like that, or even shorter than that. something really short. And that usually helps to get it to sound nice, because then the sidechain can be really short as well. Let's see. Now it's so short, it's 1 millisecond on the compressor. It's so short you almost don't hear the sidechain. It's very subtle. You still hear it though, like if I bring it all the way down. Especially on the higher note, you definitely hear it, but you can make it pretty short, and that's really nice because, yeah, kind of works. Okay, good. The fact that we now did the sidechain is actually pretty good, because I'm seeing about 5 dB of gain reduction on the master limiter right here. I always have this limiter on when I'm doing a live stream, not necessarily when I'm producing. When I'm not doing a stream and I'm producing, I usually don't have the limiter on. But I do it during the stream because otherwise the audio is going to be pretty quiet unless I boost it in the live streaming software. So I just do it like this, and that kind of works the same. Plus it gives me kind of like the idea of what it sounds like when it would be limited. So kind of helps, but... Weird, I'm working on a tune with the same notes on the Reese. Yeah, what was it? Yeah, oh yeah, I'm also using a skill that is probably a very easy skill to work with. If you want to use the Phrygian mode, but you have no idea how to use that, you have no idea what notes to use for that mode, well, start on the key of E and just play all the white keys. Because that's the E Phrygian skill, the E Phrygian, or the E Phrygian mode, I should say. It literally uses only the white keys, so it's kind of the same as the C major and the A minor and the D Dorian mode, and probably a bunch of other ones. But that's the one I'm using right now. Just show us what synth. For the bass is just from Serum. It's literally just Serum. It's just a very simple patch. Oh yeah, one other cool thing that I did here, because I'm using the note value here to control the filter, so that it opens up on the higher pitch notes. I'm also applying that to the sub oscillator here. So the sub on the lower notes is louder than on the higher pitch notes, because the problem I always have with like adding a separate sub to a Reese that pitches up like an octave or so is that the sub gets super loud on the higher octave notes. So you can get around of that, you know, by doing some clever filtering, but since you have that note value in Serum, if you attach that to the level of the sub in an opposite direction, then the lower notes will be louder on the sub than the higher pitch notes. So that kind of like, you know, works. Oh wait, here. F Lydian, G Mixolydian, A Aeolian, and B Locrian too. Yeah, see, I knew. What are you using for your trigger? A really short hi-hat sample. Well, the sample itself is not short, but I made it really short inside inside here. So basically just using a fade out on a sample, and that creates that really short. That's basically what it is. And I'm making it mono as well. I'm not sure if that helps with the sidechain or if it matters if you feed a stereo sound into a sidechain, but just to be sure, I made it mono. I should look that up actually. I don't know if that actually matters. Maybe somebody here knows, but how do you capture the sound from your DAW to the stream? That is a really tough question, because that completely depends on your setup. The thing is, live streaming right now, especially audio production, a lot of the drivers of audio interfaces are not really that well optimized for live streaming yet. So there's a couple of brands that do do some good stuff with the drivers already, but more and more companies are starting to get onto that. But the point is that you either need to do it with maybe two audio interfaces, so like route a cable from one into the other, but that's kind of a big hassle. So the other option is by using Voicemeeter, and Voicemeeter, I can bring it on the screen real quick. That's this software right here. So it basically acts as a mixer. So these are my input channels right here. You've got my microphone channel. This could be like my second microphone channel, so that's my second input, my front input on my interface. This is like a track I could send anything to. It's currently called Ableton, but you can ignore that because Ableton is not running through this track. And then we have these tracks right here, which are like the... yeah, what are these called? These are like your virtual inputs. So like my desktop audio comes through this one, and my Ableton audio is coming through this one. So that is then sent to these 5 output tracks. So the output track right here that you see, that's my microphone channel. And this track right here is the audio that is going directly to the stream. And then this audio right here, this channel, that is what I am hearing. So I can affect the volume differently from the stream than my own volume. So that's kind of nice. It does give you a whole bunch of other features, and they actually released a new version, which is even bigger. I haven't really used that one yet, but I'm definitely going to try that one out, because that one also appears to have external VST effects built into the mixer itself. But yeah, pretty cool. Will this be uploaded after the live stream? Yes, it will. Are you using white noise for the trigger? No, it's a hi-hat sample. I said that before. It's just a really simple hi-hat sample. And like it doesn't even matter. Whatever you use, it doesn't matter. Because the only thing that matters is that it has a nice bit of audio and that it's really short. That's the only thing that matters, because all it does is trigger the sidechain. So, of course, if you use like a really long sample for the sidechain input, then it is going to give you maybe some issues, because the sidechain will look at what you feed into it. So as long as that sample is really short, the release time on the sidechain compressor will pretty much give you the length of the sidechain. So here, if I play the bass in solo, if I make that really short, so 1 millisecond, this sidechain is now almost the length of that short clip that you just heard, that thing. So if I now bring this up, you can see that the fade is gonna be longer as well. So that's pretty much all you have to know, and you could probably achieve the same result by doing this, by making this longer. See? My timing right now on the release is 1 millisecond, but because the input of the sidechain is longer, I get a bigger fade. That's how easy it is. But to make it simple, I just make this really short, and then on the sidechain I can use the release here to dial in the amount I want. Oh yeah, by the way, if you're gonna live stream, I forgot to say that, I see somebody saying in the chat about it. It kind of depends what you are, on Windows or on Mac. Windows has SoundFlower, and it also has Core Audio, which is like Mac, I should say. Mac OS X has the Core Audio and SoundFlower, and you can use that to route audio between programs. Normally, the Core Audio should already be picked up by live streaming software. I think. Don't shoot me if I'm wrong, because I don't use a Mac. But on Windows, there's no such thing. So on Windows, you have a couple of options. There's ASIO Link, which is like a really old piece of software. I tried it out, but it didn't really work. At least not for me, for what I wanted to do. Then you've got Jack Audio, which is kind of similar to SoundFlower. I also tried that one, didn't really like it, and also couldn't really get it to work without distortion. And then I found Voicemeeter, and Voicemeeter is kind of like, it's from a company that they first had a software thing called Virtual Audio Cable. That's what I used really back in the day when I did my first tutorials. Then I used Virtual Audio Cable, and then they released the Voicemeeter software, which was like a full-on digital mixer. And since then I started using that, and that just makes it way easier. Of course, the best option is probably to use two computers. That's the least amount of work, or well, it's gonna cost you the most, but it's the least amount of work, because you just feed two cables from one computer to the other, and you should be ready to go. But it's a little bit harder. Yeah, I've been by the way, guys, I've been thinking about Twitch. I might stop streaming through Twitch. I'm not sure yet. I've been thinking about it, but the thing is, I get about 1 or 2 viewers on Twitch every week. That's like my average. So is it worth the extra hassle of streaming to 2 platforms, uploading thumbnails to 2 platforms, changing everything on 2 platforms before a stream, if I only get 1 or 2 viewers on Twitch? So I'm thinking about that. What am I gonna do? I'm also streaming on YouTube, so that's the point, right? My main audience is on YouTube, and I would like to grow that channel more as well. So it would make sense to stream only on that platform to get even more people there. So I've been thinking about it. I'm not sure yet, so I'll think about what I'm gonna do, but I'll keep you guys informed. So you won't have to miss any streams. When I don't stream on Twitch, I will still be streaming. It's not that I'm gonna completely stop streaming. Don't worry. I will still be streaming every week. Don't worry. Okay, I want to see if we can make this kick a little bit better. So let's try maybe some Neutron 2 Transient Shaper, maybe? Let's go into the multi-band mode. Let's see if we can make this work. Is that actually doing something? Very subtle, but... Okay, let's see. Okay, thanks for sharing the link. Thanks a lot. But I would prefer if as much people would come to my YouTube channel. But like I said, I don't know yet what I'm gonna do. Maybe I'll stick to streaming on both. But yeah, it's just, you gotta think about it. You know, I have to do extra work because I'm streaming on 2 platforms. So, and if I'm only getting like 1 or 2 viewers on average on one of the 2, then that's not really worth it. So, I'll think about it. I'll have a see. I'll have a look at like what the statistics of these streams are, because I really just quickly looked at what the average was of the last stream on Twitch, and it was like really low. So it was like, okay. Some R-bass on that kick. Oh, that could maybe work. Let's try. And if that doesn't work, then we can do some. Should I do the mono one? No, stereo. If that doesn't work, then we can always do like an extra layer with maybe a synth. But this might work. It does clip already. Which is, I guess, fine. It doesn't really matter. Damn. What should we tune that to? What is this kick hitting at? I actually don't know. It's pretty funny because the kick is actually hitting in G. Not that I care. What is that? I forgot to look at the frequency. 50 something hertz? It's pretty low actually.
Riggedy, riggedy, wreck, son!
Okay. It does kind of help a little bit, but I do feel it gets too muddy. So maybe I will just do it with an EQ, because the thing is with R-bass, it adds length to the kick as well. And I actually just shortened the kicks, so now I'm adding R-bass, which is going to create that muddy low end again in between the kicks that I didn't want, that I removed earlier. So it would probably be better to do it with an EQ. Let's put a saturate on here so that we're not clipping. Because probably all I have to do is remove some mids. So that already cleans it up a little bit. Now I have to see what I can do with this. For now, I think I'll leave it at that, and I'm just gonna try and build this track out and see if I can get a little bit of a track going. So I have no idea what I'm gonna do for this yet. I did found some vocals, which are pretty cool, to be honest. Let's see. I have like a shitload of vocals that I took. You can see it a little bit. So these are pretty much all vocals, and or wait, that's not the vocals. Here, all of these files right here are pretty much all vocals. You can't see them too good, I think. Here. So I took all of that from one documentary and just bounced them as separate samples. So we can work with that and see if we can make one of them work. Now I had one that I really liked.
They stun their victims with poisoned powder and spirit them away. Where the ninja had been, there is darkness.
I really like that one, so I think I'll try and make that one work. Especially that last part, where the ninja has been, there is darkness. I really like that. So we could try that one out. And maybe we can actually make that little crash thing work as well. Like it would add to the Asian sound, right?
They stun their victims with poisoned powder and spirit them away. Where the ninja had been, there is darkness.
Definitely. I mean, I really like that one, but there's countless of other ones in here. I can advise you to do that. It's just, if you like documentaries just like I do, I mean, I love knowledge, to be quite honest. So what I like to do is just go on YouTube and just search some random subject, and I had this urge yesterday. I was like, I want to watch a documentary. Let's search something. Let's search for samurai. And I found a documentary about samurais, ninjas, and monks. And yeah, it was pretty damn awesome. I mean, the documentary itself looked like shit. The acting was like as if you were watching like a really old, poorly dubbed kung fu movie. But the vocal samples are quite nice. And that's all that matters, right? And I mean, there's so many.
The novice has passed the test and joins... The novice has passed the test and joins an invisible army, warriors of the night.
I mean, those are great. And this is just one documentary, and I don't even know how many I have here. But I think it's over 40. Can't see that right here, but I don't know. I think it's about over 40 samples, and there's some really cool ones in there. So just find a different documentary, and you're probably gonna find a whole bunch more. So yeah. But this one, I think, could definitely work. Like, we could use this.
They stun their victims with...
Although I probably want to shorten that a little bit to make it... Because I want this to end right here, probably. So let's see. Let's see where that should end, actually.
Had been, there is darkness.
Something like that. Maybe a little later.
There is darkness.
Let's just make it a bit louder.
There is darkness.
See, that works perfectly. So, I just would like that particular one to hit right on the beat. So let's do that. And just do this probably.
They stun their victims with poisoned powder and spirit them away. Where the ninja had been, there is darkness.
I mean, we can make that work. We can make that work. If I warp this, then we can even do some more crazy stuff. For instance, we could maybe pitch it down a couple of semitones.
They stun their victims with poisoned powder and spirit them away. Where the ninja had been, there is darkness.
Or even lower. Let's go really dark.
They stun their victims with poisoned powder and spirit them away. Where the ninja had been, there is darkness.
I mean, we could do some fun stuff with this. Maybe some manipulator on it or some other effects. We'll have to see. I'll keep it at the original pitch for now. Maybe bring this in a little bit so that we maybe get that fade somewhere earlier. Let's see.
They stun their victims with poisoned powder and spirit them away. Where the ninja had been, there is darkness.
Yeah, that'll work.
There is darkness. There is darkness. They stun their victims with poisoned powder and spirit them away. Where the ninja had been, there is darkness.
I might have to maybe work a little bit with it and see if I can make the timing better, but...
They stun their victims with poisoned powder and spirit them away.
Like, I could even chop these up differently, but I kind of like it with the little bird sounds in the background. We could clean it up with maybe a gate, but I don't think that'll make it sound better. I kind of like that background noise, to be honest.
And spirit them away. And spirit them away. Where the ninja had...
There's also a little atmosphere here, but...
Ninja had been, there is darkness.
Yeah, I like it with the noise, actually, so I'll keep that. Let's see. Okay, I forgot looking at the chat for a little bit, and now I have to scroll back. Let's see. Judge Dredd is definitely good. Well, that's the thing. There's a good chance that Wu-Tang sampled from the similar documentaries and similar movies. And I definitely want to use that ambience on the start. I don't know if I heard The Warrior by Calyx and TB. Maybe I did, but I'm not that good with titles of tracks, to be honest. I usually know when I hear the track. I'm just scrolling through real quick now. Timpani roll, please. I hear one in the background of the sample and it works. Yeah, I know. It definitely works. The fact that it's a bit sloppy gives it a kinda old school charm. Yeah, true. I really like that, and I kinda want to do that though. There was another sample you played that had a really nice ambience at the beginning. I played one other one, yeah. Or two other ones, I'm not sure where. Let's see. Rank. No, that's not gonna help.
The novice has passed the test and joins an invisible army. Warriors of the night.
That one. There's a whole bunch ones. I mean...
In the year 621, China was ruled by chaos.
China was ruled by chaos. I mean, there's a lot. There's a lot, so, I mean, plenty of stuff to use. And I mean, I have a lot more stuff, actually. I made an entire folder here filled with traditional Japanese music and all kinds of stuff. So, if I need samples or anything, I should be good. I also got plenty of those kind of things. All kinds of Oh, definitely, we definitely need this one. I'm already gonna start with this one right now because this one is one that we definitely need. Because this is the classic Japanese like drum sound. That classic wooden. I don't even know how to pronounce it. It's not a cowbell. No, it's a tsuzumi, to be precise. But you hear it a lot in traditional Japanese music. What was it called? You hear it a lot in kabuki music, which is like the old traditional Japanese performances where they have like the music with like a shamisen or a koto or any of the other Japanese string instruments, and then usually like a drum thingy, just one person doing some percussion, and then you have like a Japanese dance performance usually, and can be like a whole bunch of things, and that's where they use these drums. But they have a really nice sound, especially when you put some reverb on them. So if I put like a little reverb on this one, it should sound even better. Maybe one of the halls, large hall. I'll make it a little bit quieter actually. I don't want it to be that long, but and we can maybe like put a delay on that to get some cool stuff going. Maybe one of the echo delays. Let's try out okay, so let's see if we can fit that in somewhere during the drop. I think we could use that actually, because I think somewhere here in the last section, right before the next drop hits. Not there, but somewhere around here. I'll have to see where I want to put this. I think this one could be better for the intro, maybe. Let's try pitching it down. I'll see where I can use that, but I have like a shitload of Japanese stuff that I took. All kinds of... Like that might even be better, because it's a little bit more high-pitched, so would probably work better during the drop here. And maybe even do like 2. So if we take one of these combined with the other one, we get... Okay. I'm not too big of a fan of the reverb, to be honest. Smooth hole. That's better. That's sounded a bit better already. Not yet though. I need to see what the drums are doing as well. I could maybe take out one snare here and do this. Where am I going to put these? Let's see. If I don't do a dotted, but do just regular notes. And then 1 second. Dun -dun. Okay, that sounds really weird. Yeah, that's just better. I definitely want that. Just gotta find the right spot. That was better. I think I want to change it up here, because then we're going to go into the next section. So let's see what we want to do with the drums here. Okay, the drums are already doing something different, so that's good. And then I'll leave it at that. You need some Mad Taiko drums in the intro. Yeah, I actually got myself a Taiko drum contact library. So that's definitely going to be used in the intro. That's one thing that's for sure. I was looking for like Taiko instruments, and I found this one called World Percussion Taiko. And it has like a bunch of different ones, but they sound really nice. And they also have like the big wine barrel Taiko drum. But that one sounds really nice. And what I really liked is that it also came with this one. So that's really awesome. We could definitely use that. And they have just different sized Taiko drums here. And this one, which is a slightly smaller one. And then you've got the Shime Daiko, which is, I think, even smaller. Yeah, that's the high pitch one. Oh, actually, that one sounds pretty cool as well. That Shime Daiko sounds really nice. Might be able to use that as well. Let's see. Let's take that same delay. So what is it, C3? I don't even know. Let's see. Okay, so that's C, which is C3. Okay, C3. Let's just place this one instead. Let's see what happens. Needs to be a lot louder, so let's copy this as well. And there's other sounds in here, right? What the hell? I look at the chat and I see Mirrorman saying something about taiko drums and that he got offered, well, yeah, something that I'm not gonna say for advertiser friendly reasons. You've seen Kodo live. That's pretty awesome. I love that kind of stuff, man. Oh, and yes, there will be a feedback session on the end of the stream. Kind of like this one. The only thing I'm wondering about is that is the delay really gonna add something? Because like the delay, it hits right here and you don't really hear it. So if I don't use the delay, what is it gonna sound like? See, that sounds almost identical, so oh, my bad. This delay should be off. It does still add something. It does sound different. I'll just leave it at that then. Okay. I actually like that one more than the other one that I had, so let's stick to this. So I think in this section I'm gonna change the bass, so in this section I'm probably not gonna go to the higher pitches anymore. Instead, I'm just gonna do, yeah, I'm just gonna do this. Okay, now I could probably use the bend, the glide as well. See, that bend, if I make this glide really slow, you can see that the filter, that's what I talked about earlier, about using the note modulation source, or using the key tracking on the filter. So, let me pitch this one up 1 octave, so that we can really see the difference. This is with the note value and a pretty slow glide time. See how that filter slowly moved along with the glide? Now, that does not happen if you use the key tracking. Which is really weird, but when you use the key tracking, it's just literally gonna jump. The pitch does go smoothly, but the filter doesn't. The filter just jumps to the new position. It's really odd. So... now that is a way too slow glide time though, so let's bring that down. I might want to use these. I'm on the wrong pitches. I was doing the wrong thing there. Yeah, B is right. Only use the Y keys, that's what I should do. Okay, well, that should be good enough for now. Okay, I'm trying to find if I have like some sword samples or anything like that. Don't know where to look. Oh wait, I can always look in all results. There we go. Oh yeah. I actually these sound very familiar. I would almost say this is used in one of the Noisia tracks, but I'm not entirely sure. Could also be a Matthews track. I don't know. Sound very similar. I think I've heard them before. Anyway, where am I going to use those? Let's see. What is the best? That is the best. That's where it has to be. So do I want to have that snare? Maybe. But I definitely want to use that sword sample somewhere, so... I kind of like that one that has the... ting, the longer one. Can we use that here? Somewhere? Okay. Did you make that kind of muted high synth effects noise? Lead type sound. What do you mean? You mean this one? You mean that one? That is just a preset from the contact library Substance. If I look at the title of the file here, it's coming from the contact library Substance. It was the preset Moth project, and it was run through a long reverb and then just bounced the audio. So if you look at it, you can see it actually has a little fade at the start. That's because it's run through a 100% wet reverb, and that just creates that ambient kind of sound. I do that a lot. I just sit down and just make those kind of things. So I have this folder open right here. Then just sit down, take random presets and run them through a long reverb and just bounce that to audio. Like I have done once with the Uno 106, the Jupiter 8, Gravity. I've got like a whole different amount, and every now and then when I don't feel like working on a track, I just sit down and make sounds. And it works really nicely, yeah. And the beauty is that we could probably go in here, if I duplicate this one just for now, turn the top one off, let's open this one up, go into that folder, and I can just pick one random one. Let's try that one, drop it in here, and now we have a different one. So now it sounds like this. And like I said, I have higher pitched ones as well. So it all depends on like what you want to do, and you can use them as risers too, because if you reverse them, it's a riser. Actually, that higher pitched one sounds kind of nice as well. But like I said, you can also do maybe this, reverse it. Well, that was kind of odd. Why did it change size? But okay. And just do that and use the two together. See? So, it's really simple. I want to work on this section a little bit, because I feel now, with this reverse, I hear something. We should have, like, some melodic elements come in here, and we could maybe use some Japanese type or some other Asian... Like, it doesn't have to be purely Japanese. I would like to do that, but I'm not sure if I actually have, like, a shamisen or a koto instrument. Maybe somewhere in Contact, but I'm not sure. Or maybe inside the... Maybe actually inside one of the Ableton packs. Let's see. Shamisen. Packs. It does come up with something. It does come up with a... Well, that's a really shitty shamisen, sorry. Yeah, that sounds quite shit. That's not too good either. Do we have here? That's even worse. Why do they call that a shamisen? Sounds nothing like it. But I also have like a bunch of other things that we might be able to use. Maybe somewhere in contact I have something. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. I did have on my old computer a really old East-West library. Not even sure if that one still is on here. Let's see. Ethnic. Oh, it does seem to be here. Nice. I pretty much just copied over the entire thing from my old hard drive. Yeah. We might be able to use that, but I kind of want to stick to the sampling method, you know, because that kind of gives it the old school sound that I already have going. So that's why I picked like a whole bunch of, well, just stuff. I don't know if I can play it on stream. That's the point. Well, I can play it and not get a copyright strike if I do something to it. So if I do, let's just take something real quick. Something like this. And let's just pitch it down 2 or 3 semitones so that I can play it without being affected. Like, I want to get something from there, but I don't want to do too much with this on stream, because that's probably gonna give me issues, because I have to, you know, go through these files and see where's a nice section that works, and sample that and work that into the track. So I'm not sure if that'll work, but I don't know if I can do that on the stream. Would be nice, but I think that these actually are licensed on YouTube, and if I use them, then it's gonna trigger the content ID system. Pretty sure. Tail of the sword sample cuts off to. Oh yeah, that could be. I could do maybe this and then just fade it out. It's actually nice in the higher pitch. Maybe it's a little bit too long now. Yeah, just like that. That's about nice. Oh yeah, Action Strikes also had taiko drums, that's right. Those are also pretty good, actually. I'm not sure if I want to use them right here. I did sample something that I can use, because I completely chopped it up. So, I have something, I think. Where is it? I did save something. Oh, here. I made something that I chopped up and rearranged. It was like from also from like a traditional Japanese kind of thing. See what it sounds like. Yeah. Okay. The only thing I don't like is that it has like that arpeggiator in the background, that arpeggiated koto instrument or whatever it is. So that kind of sucks, but this kind of like the vibe that I want to go for when I mean sampling from a traditional Japanese thing. I kind of like want to go for that vibe where I just use like a longer track and just chop up different sections, rearrange it into something that sounds kind of interesting. And this one kind of does that. But I remember playing around with this, and I really didn't like that little background string instrument. Sample is cool, but seems off key at times. No, the sample is not off key. It's not off key. Plus, it doesn't really matter. Like, it can. Wait, you said off key? No, it's not off key. It's not off key. The bass is just not following the right notes. But that's just because I played with the bass just now. No. It's all in the right key. This entire loop is perfectly in E minor. The only thing is that the original track is in E minor. So I sampled that, and I only sampled the notes. The only note I did not sample was the F sharp, because in the E minor you have an F sharp, and I'm using the E Phrygian mode, so I don't have an F sharp, but I have an F instead. So I didn't sample any notes that were in the key of F sharp. Plus, it doesn't really matter. E minor and E Phrygian can easily be combined and still sound good. And I mean, like, stuff like this, traditional music, it's bound to not be exactly on the right pitch or exactly on the right timing. And that's actually the beauty of it, you know? It doesn't have to be perfect, so... Like, that bass note that goes up here should probably go back down. And that already makes it better. It's just that... But like I said, I don't necessarily like this entire loop. And that's because that koto instrument, there's that one instrument in the background, that one string instrument that plays like an arpeggiated rhythm. It's pretty faint in the background, but it completely screws up using this sample. I played around with it earlier with this sample, in fact, on this particular track, and I did a lot to it, like to try and make it work, and I could not get rid of that one instrument in the background. So what I decided to do is just search for different music that was more like solo instruments playing, so that I can just find, you know, stuff that is not as dense and sounds a little bit cleaner. Yeah, I mean, it can work, but maybe I'll leave it in for now, because it does sound kind of nice. So how does it work with the reverse that we made earlier? Maybe even not go up there as well. Let's see. Okay, so here I probably want to do... That's probably where I want to stop the drums. So that means we're gonna do this. And that's where the breakdown will start. Okay, maybe some filtering on that loop. Let's do some filtering on this. So I'm gonna close it down here. Maybe actually close it down on the end here. Or do it the opposite direction. I kind of want to low pass it somewhere here. And then have it come back up again. Might even do this. Because I think the break could be this length. See, the second half of this is different from the first half, so that's why I'm doing that. I mean, this does get rid a little bit of that background string instrument, even though it's low passed, and we still get the flute a little bit. It's not as nice sounding as I would like, but it's better. It's better than what it was before. Isn't that the old school DMB thing you posted a few days ago? So yeah, I started this a few days ago with some different drums actually, which I removed. They're not here anymore. But it was like a loop from a sample pack, so I worked on replacing them with addictive drums. And that worked pretty nice, to be honest. Might even be able to reuse that sound there as well. Why not? Probably want to EQ this one a bit though. Why not? I'll just put it right there. Where did you got the samurai samples from? I sampled them from a documentary and from films and from all kinds of stuff. And the sword sample is just literally coming from... I literally just searched for sword in Ableton. Not short, sword. And I went to all results, and literally the first sample is what I picked. Got a bunch of stuff here, actually. all kinds of sword hits in this in my sample folders. So yeah, literally just gathered over the years, I guess. And yeah, the addictive drums thing is literally not that complicated. It is literally just picking a kit that sounded nice, and I picked one of the funk kits, and then just apply a bit of distortion to it. That's all it was. It's literally not that complicated. Yeah, these are from Addictive Drums. I'm not too big of a fan of how this loop comes in, to be honest. I feel like it's too much. Like, it sounds nice, but I feel there's too much stuff going on in that loop. Let's try and make one of the other vocal samples work, because I have a shitload of vocal samples that I chopped up for this track. Way too much for that I actually need. But let's see, there was a other one that was pretty cool. Like, we had that one with the word chaos. Let's see if we can make that one work. So I don't want to use like the entire loop probably, but the first section is kind of nice.
In the year 621, China was ruled by chaos. Chaos.
Let's see if that word works. Right here somewhere. Somewhere around there, probably.
Chaos.
Yeah, something like that. We can make that fit.
Chaos.
Maybe want to make it a little shorter, actually.
Chaos.
Let's try...
Chaos.
Yeah, that sounds better. Cool. Yeah, you like I spend a lot of time. Like I talked about this earlier in the stream as well. But I spend just a lot of time watching documentaries. I'm a big fan of watching documentaries. I would much rather watch a documentary than a movie, to be honest. I just like real stuff, right? Instead of like fictional stuff. So and you do get a bit of knowledge with them as well. So that's kind of nice. It's kind of a nice thing to have. And I just watch a documentary, and as soon as I find one that has like a good voiceover sound, because that's the most important thing, I find most of the BBC documentaries are great for that. Anything that is spoken by David Attenborough, for instance, and a bunch of other ones, is really good. Like nature documentaries, all that kind of stuff. It's just really good. And just go through it. As soon as you find one that has a good vocal sound, and relatively little music, because that's important as well. That's why usually I go for older documentaries, because the newer ones are just completely littered with background music. And the older ones are usually a little bit, have sections where there's a good bit of silence. And just go through, you know, just bounce it to audio using one of those, just grab it from YouTube and just load it up in your DAW and just go through the entire thing, just looking for right sounding vocal samples. And just save those for later. What did you press and stretch to resize sample to grid? It's pretty easy, actually. What you do is you need to have warping turned on. And then when you hover over the edge of the clip, you get that little bracket, right? If you then hold shift, it turns into a bracket with a little arrow thing. that means that it's gonna stretch. So if you now click and drag, you can stretch the file. Which is really cool. And that's especially helpful if you do it with like a drum sound. Now we're at this. Now we're working with this right now. Let me quickly demonstrate what I mean. If you have an acoustic snare, so something like the one we have here. I'm just gonna quickly make like a little cut here. So this is a snare, right? Let's say I don't like it. If I set the warp mode to repitch, I can do the same thing. So now I can, for instance, shorten this and do this. See? So you can also do it with drums. And then the beauty is, if you hold Shift and Alt at the same time, it'll actually unlock from the grid. So now you can do really precise stuff and kind of tune the drum as well this way. I mean, you could do the same thing with using the transpose feature here, but the transpose feature only works in semitones, and otherwise you'll have to use the detune feature below it, and this will actually completely go freely. It's not tied to any semitones or anything. You can just literally make it shorter, longer, whatever you want. Like that. Okay. Which is really good. I really use that a lot. And it's great for like making samples shorter, especially when I work with these little vocal snippets. Just making them fit. Cut them at the position where you want the vocal to start, and then just hold Shift, hold Alt, and just drag this around and keep on playing the same section until it fits.
Chaos.
And that fits perfectly. So I probably don't want to use this snare here, because that word chaos is kind of nice there.
Chaos.
And there's also a hi-hat there that I have to remove.
Chaos.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of this loop right now. I think it's too much. There's too much stuff going on. Maybe if we start low pass on this one, that could maybe work.
Chaos.
For now it'll do. Let's find a big impact sound for the start of the breakdown. I need something bigger. Let's see. I had the Iser X thing, which was quite cool. Let's try that one. These are coming with the Iser X contact library by Keep Forest that I did a video about. I actually need to do a final video on this thing because it's so good. I really like the plugin as well. But the samples that come with it are really nice too. Like, these samples sound really nice. You just have to align them to the grid a little bit, which can be a little bit of a pain, but doesn't have to be exact, just about right so that the transient hits at the right spot. Maybe a little like that. That should be fine. Cool. And I'm gonna apply a bunch of reverb to that, because it already has a little bit of reverb on it, but it's not too much. I need this to be a lot more spacious. And I see Rusky, you're back. Hello, mate. How are you doing? That's a long time ago. Actually, Rusky, maybe you should, oh yeah, you didn't make hard bass anymore, right? Well, that we are doing a hard bass competition in my Discord server right now. So if you want, feel free to come and try it out. You could win a sample pack, probably. So. But you said, I saw somebody talking about that you don't make hard bass anymore. You've grown up. I like that. I like that. What are you making now, mate? You've matured. Okay, let's see if we can make this a bit bigger. That's too big. Just a bit bigger. Yeah, that's more like it. I like it nice and dark. And maybe put some EQ on this track to really shape it into what I want. And that's already better. But I think maybe if we do some low passing here. Just a little bit, doesn't have to be that much, but just a bit here. It's definitely better. Maybe a little compression on the end afterwards. There we go. That's better. Maybe even lower. Yeah, that's better. What are we gonna do now? Let's have a look. We can start maybe work a little bit on the intro. I do wanna... let's see. Koto? Why not? Let's try that out. It's like a really old East-West library that I still had on my hard drive. Luckily, because it has some pretty cool sounds. Or use a shamisen. Yeah, we'll probably be able to use that. Okay, let's see. Yeah, there will be feedback today. I don't know how long, because I have to work tomorrow, but we can probably go into the feedback session maybe a little earlier than normal. Oh, Rusky's making some chill hop, like some lo-fi hip-hop stuff for... A lot of people make that stuff these days. It's very popular, so would make sense. Just spending some time learning, though I come from stream, learn a thing or two. Oh, well, hey, that's nice. Good to see you here, man. Good to see you. The Break Tweaker library, that comes with the Break Tweaker plugin. It's actually a plugin for drums, and I don't really like the plugin, to be honest. I just basically got rid of the plugin and only basically just took the samples that came with it and used that instead. But I don't use them anymore. It's just, they're nice, but I'm not a big fan of them anymore. A lot of people used them back in the day, so they're quite overused, to be honest. Ah, damn, I forgot some sugar in my tea. But like I said, we can go into the feedback a little earlier if you guys want. It's... well, we have a little bit more time to stream right now. So let's continue on our track, on our journey. I do want to check what we can do without the loop. And maybe incorporate, like, some more stuff. Like that. Whoa, that sounded weird. Yeah, I mean, you were a little bit annoying in the past. I'll be honest, like, I'm not gonna lie about it. You were a little bit annoying back then. But heck, I'm not gonna hate you for that. Like, I get it, you know? Everybody's young and everybody has to learn you got to start somewhere, you know? And sometimes you just have to run through like a little bit of a, you know, sometimes you just have to learn the hard way, you know? I've had countless of those things in my life. But you learn from it, so in the end, does it matter? No. Okay, so let's see if I'm gonna put some more reverb on this thing. I feel like we need a lot of reverb on this track, because otherwise these sounds are just way too quiet for that heavy kick and that heavy bass, and a bit more reverb just helps to make them bleed a little bit through the space in between the drums. And I'll probably put like a little bit of saturation on it.
Chaos.
See, I already like that more than the loop. Even though that loop sounds really cool, I just feel there's too much stuff going on, so... And I could maybe even try replicating what the loop is doing. I mean, that flute kind of thing, I could try and replicate that. The East-West library should have that flute as well, if I'm correct. Woodwind and brass? Yeah, here. That's the flute, so I should be able to kind of make a similar thing without that background thing. And I think that's what I'm gonna do, because that first hit that you hear in this loop, that's just a pitch down shamisen that you hear. I bet if we take this and pitch it down an octave, it's gonna sound very similar, because that's the thing. I sampled this from something that sounded, that was actually quicker. So if I do this, and pitch this up an octave, or just do this then. So this is the original, chopped up though, because the original track I chopped up and made that into a new loop, but the original sounded like this. That's the loop. And I literally pitched it down an octave, which makes it twice as long as well. And that's how I got that. So, you know, maybe I'll actually, that's not something I'm gonna sit and do right now, but maybe after the stream, or tomorrow, or Sunday or something, I'll actually recreate this that I had. Try and recreate that roughly, and then pitch it down an octave and make it twice as long, to see if we get like a similar sound. Could work.
Chaos.
Heck, maybe even if we put that same delay on here as well that we had earlier. That was here. Let's see. That one.
Chaos.
I have to play around with the notes, but let's try and make something here. Kinda like what that's doing though. What are you talking about? The Chaos Vox sounds a bit dry. What do you mean? Oh, the Chaos Vox, this one.
Chaos.
Yeah, well, that should be processed maybe. Like, probably if I put like a little bit of OTT on it, it'd already bring it up quite a bit.
Chaos.
I mean...
Chaos. 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 Chaos.
They stun their victims with poisoned powder and spirit them away. Where the ninja had been, there is darkness.
I'll have to play around with that, but that's just mixing stuff. Like, we could do that when the track is done.
Chaos.
We're gonna get weird. Oh yeah. We can get really weird with that. This delay is so awesome for this stuff. It's like a little click on the end of this note. I mean, we can probably just do that.
Chaos.
And maybe not even do these. Okay, so the bass is going up here. And since I'm not gonna follow that sample right now, I'll copy this right now so that I still have it. But the bass is going up here, so it would make more sense to do this. Yeah, that definitely works. The echo can fuck your ears if you have an automation. Yeah, I know. I know. I know. You have to be really careful with that echo device, because as soon as you bring these resonances on the filter up, it's just gonna get really crazy. Especially with like a resonance close to 100 or over 100, it's just gonna go completely insane. And at some point it's really gonna get crazy. It's like gonna be super ear piercing. I know what you mean. What's the string library called? The string library for this one, you mean? For this? That is East-West Quantum Leap Ra. R-A. It's like Quantum Leap Ra. It's like it's a really old East-West library. I think by then they've upgraded to like the newer what is it called? Well, their own engine, which I don't have. I haven't really bought any East-West libraries in the past years. I still have this one. I still had it on my old hard drive, but it's not like I use these sounds a lot, and most of the time we'll probably just sample it anyway. But for the sake of the live stream, since sampling right now would be quite, well, not something I want to do, in sake of, you know, copyright, we are going to use an instrument. Why is everything blue? Because I made everything blue. Because blue is nice, right? I have Ethno World 6, but I don't know. They both sound nice. Doesn't really matter. I might try that one out as well. See if that one sounds better. Let's see actually, because I also have that one, I think. Yeah, here. Strings, shamisen. Oh yeah, that's why there is no shamisen in this one, I think, or is it somewhere else? Key, no, boat, no, there's no shamisen in the Ethno World 6, so that's why. Yeah, you really have to customize the thing, but I've dropped it in my Discord already, so I'll at some point I'll release this skin together with a bunch of other ones. I still need to make like the other ones with different colors, so that you can basically just pick the color that you want. I'll drop those pretty soon. Just you guys need to remember me that I need to do that, because it's not that much work, to be honest. It's just that every time I'm done streaming, I just completely forget that I still had to do that. Okay, so let's have a listen to this one and see what we can do. Why don't I hear anything? Okay.
Ninja had been, there is darkness.
I'll have to work on this section. We need a bass sound, something in between here where the bass stops. Maybe bring that instrument in, that like some kind of a Japanese instrument or something. Let's see. Yeah, that's not what I want. I want to do something here. I'm not sure what yet, though. I'll have to listen to this thing a couple of times and see what works. Just figure it out. I don't really have an idea for that section of the track yet. I just had that idea for like the main drop.
Chaos.
And it's like a similar section.
Chaos.
Okay, I had something somewhere. I'm pretty sure. I had a collection with Kung Fu movies. Bounce to audio. I forgot where. We might have some sounds in there that we can use. God damn it! I really need to narrow down the amount of folders that I have, because I have so many folders of my own samples. I need to figure out, just move them all to the same folders probably. Let's see. Are they in here? No. Acapellas? No. Sound effects? No. Vocals. Well, I have some vocals here, but these are not the ones I'm looking for. Oh wait, I got something here. I've got a Kung Fu movie here. And that one will not give us copyright strikes. That's one thing that I know for sure. We should have some sounds in here probably. To fill up that section with. No, I don't want to put the chaos sample in there. I don't want to use that sample too often because that's going to be way too cheesy. That sample should literally be only be used once during the drop, and then one more time during the second drop maybe. But other than that, I don't want to use that more than that. Put the Benny L bass in. I'm not sure if I have the patch right here right now. I do have the patch of the other one, the Ghidra bass. I do have a patch from that. But let's see. Like, what is this?
So you are Hong Guan.
Like, that's the cheesy kung fu Wu-Tang style now that you're gonna hear.
You know, I guessed that you would be the only one who would dare to come here. You've got courage.
Oh, there we got the first one. Huh. That's one we can use. This one is probably a similar thing. Let's see. Oh, why not? Let's take that one as well.
Before you get a chance.
But we need a fight scene. Oh, we've got some swords. Oh, nice. We can use that. Might be able to use this. No, there's an instrument in the background. We cannot use that. Oh, see, here we have an entire scene. Just punches and... Perfect. I'm just gonna take this entire section. Let's just take... how long does that go? Perfect. Cool. I'll just take that entire section. That's plenty of stuff. Come on. Give me that section. Oh, there's more. There's a lot more. What is this? Right. Well, we don't need that. This is really like the cheesy old school kung fu movie stuff. I love it though. I love that kind of stuff. But I need some more, like, some real fight scenes, because these are more like the training fight scene, I think. Because I don't hear any all those kind of things, right? That's like when they have like the real fight scenes. That's more like it. It's getting closer. Let's take that one little bit.
My tiger kung fu is better than yours.
Oh, vocal. That one is so famous. I heard that vocal in the track.
My tiger kung fu is better than yours.
Yeah, that's a vocal that you probably know. My tiger kung fu is better than yours. This is why sampling from movies is so fun.
I don't think you're good enough to avenge your master.
See, that's what we need. Yeah, that's better. I'm not going to use the vocal sample because that one is used a lot already. Artifacts. Is it possible to produce drum and bass without knowing the music theory? Yes, of course. Like, drum and bass is, to be honest, drum and bass doesn't really use a lot of music theory to begin with. A lot of drum and bass sits around one key. It's a lot more about the the tone and the textures than it is about the melodies and about that kind of stuff. Unless you want to go for like liquid drum and bass, that is actually a lot more about the melody and about, you know, the chords and all that kind of stuff. Yes, you may have demonstrated one style, but that isn't enough. Allow me to present the special technique of shadowboxing. Yeah, I have like samples here as well that are pretty similar to that. Like,
Hidden in the inaccessible mountains, or coiled in the unfathomable depths of the sea, the great serpent awaits the time when he slowly rouses himself for activity.
those samples are absolutely gold, and I'm gonna abuse these samples. That's one thing that's for sure. I think in the upcoming few tracks I'm definitely gonna have a bunch of samples of this because it's just great. What the hell is that? I'm gonna use that though. That one is great. I'm not gonna use it in this track, I think, but that's a great sound. Those are pretty cool. So we have a bunch of stuff already now. Let's...
Admit it.
We have some more. I want some more fight stuff. Let's... Oh, it's not even that long. Damn, what the hell are you doing there, mate? It's as if he's trying to take a shit, but he's not able to. Okay, this one cracks me up. I mean, you get what I mean, right? Holy shit. Yeah, exactly that. Exactly that. Like, how did he came to that? Like, what the hell? What's that doing there? Now, this is coming from an old Kung Fu movie. To be honest, I can just take this entire thing and just keep it, because this is probably good enough, except for the last section. Yeah, that's where there's some music stuff, so... Oh wait, there's another fight scene here. Maybe we have some more...
Sahu! Sahu!
What?
You arrived just too late.
It's too late?
Found out. 5 days weakest times. Between 1 o'clock and 3. Only then can you kill him, man.
If you just look at the sample here, it's called Executioners from Shaolin. It's a Kung Fu movie from 1977. So, it's pretty hard to find. I think it is on YouTube in pretty low quality, but the full-length movie is pretty hard to find online. It is available. I think I found it somewhere after a while. I should have like the full-length version of it, which is like, I don't know, an hour and a half, something like that. But I have a shitload of these, to be honest. I just took a few of them and they're really great. So yeah, but now we have some other samples that we can use there. I'm gonna have to take a short break, guys, because my bladder is starting to blow up right now. I'll play this section. I'll play this section for you guys so that you can listen to something while I'm gone. I'll be back in just a bit. Let me do that.
They stun their victims with poison powder and spirit them away. Where the ninja had been, there is darkness.
Chaos.
They stun their victims with poisoned powder and spirit them away. Where the ninja had been, there is darkness.
Chaos.
Yeah, I might tone down the delay a little bit at some point. I'm not sure yet. I'm just doing like the rough sketch of the track anyway right now. It's not by no means the final version of the track. I do like where this is going though. I do like where this is going. You need to replace that empty break with the ninja sitting on the toilet. Yeah. Where is it? Where is it? It was here. I think it's this one. Yeah, it's definitely this one. Oh boy. Let's see what it sounds like. Where was that?
Chaos.
You mean right here where we have the chaos thing? Well, I kind of like that chaos thing. But I can probably use it somewhere at some point. I'm gonna use a bunch of these actually because they're quite nice. I like those fight sounds, those punchy sounds. Like those. Those are great. I actually like it without that small taiko drum there. So I want to try out what happens if we use that vocal. That is perfect. I just need to make that vocal hit a little louder. But because we have the sword hit and then we have this one in front of it, should sound pretty cool. That's perfect. That's much better. Yep. Much better. Okay. Maybe some type of flute maybe here. We could maybe use that shakuhachi flute, however you want to call that thing. Sorry if I pronounced that stuff wrong. Sorry if I have any Japanese viewers, by the way, and I'm butchering the names of your instruments. I'm not a Chinese speaking person or Japanese speaking person. Sorry. Woodwind and brass, shakuhachi flute. Oh, great. Well, yeah, that's not gonna work then. Fuck that. I'll figure it out. I'll look through some of the stuff, or I'll sample some. Or like I have a shitload of traditional music that I don't want to play on stream, but there's a lot of those flutes in there, so I can just sample a bit that sounds right, put it in the track, and that'll work fine. So that's what I'm gonna do after stream. I think we're gonna do some feedback now. It's almost 11 o'clock, and I need to stop streaming a little bit earlier today because I gotta go and work tomorrow. So I gotta, you know, wake up a little bit earlier than normal. So should we do some feedback? Let's save this one.
They stun their victims with poisoned powder and spirit them away. Where the ninja had been, there is darkness.
Chaos.
Yeah. Sounding good so far. Yeah, sounds pretty good so far. Let's have a little check. Let's see what it sounds like in mono, because I haven't checked that yet. I did do my regular mid-side EQ, so it shouldn't lose too much in mono. It should sound a little bit, you know, a little bit thinner, because the bass has quite a bit of stereo in the mid-range and in the high frequencies. But I did do like mid-side EQ, so I think we should be good. So this is in mono. Sounds pretty good. We don't lose too much. Yeah, sounds pretty solid in mono actually, so that's going in the right direction as well. Good, because that's usually the hardest part, getting things to sound good in mono. See, that's the point. Like, when I can quickly show you how I do that, like, when I make the bass, it's just all about controlling how much width you're gonna get. If I would do this, bring this up to 100, the bass would sound even wider. Like, it sounds really nice, it is super wide and it's so good. But when we sum that to mono, there's a good chance it sounds thinner. See what I mean? We get that really thin sound. And it still is roughly okay because I'm processing it and I'm compressing the sub so that the sub is nice and consistent and all that stuff, and I'm doing the mid-side EQ, of course, so it does sound roughly fine, but if I take all that off, it's gonna be probably even worse. So without the mid-side EQ, just hear how much bass you're losing. This is in stereo. It is mono. It's just, the bass is just completely lost, and that's just because I'm not controlling that. But if you control that, and make the width on the oscillator a lot smaller, you don't need a lot. Like, I settled for 42, but most of the time I'm sitting somewhere between 10 and 20% on the width here. Just because this bass, I want it to be a bit wider, I went for something higher, but 100% on the width is way too much for a bass. 100% on the width would be something I would use if I make like a super saw or a big pad with a lot of voices, you know? That's when I would go for like 100% width. But on basses, you want to control that, because otherwise you're gonna run into issues when you sum things to mono. Yeah, why do clubs have mono and not stereo? Because the point is it's very simple to explain. Imagine a stereo system in a club, and you're standing in the far right side of the club, of the venue. You're gonna hear the right signal. So if you're gonna have a ping pong delay or a sound that plays only in the left side and not in the right side, you can see why that might be an issue, right? And you can get issues as well, because it's just way harder, because because they don't have two speakers, right? They don't play with two speakers in a club. They have a lot of speakers throughout the entire room, so that the entire room gets a good volume. And if you would have stereo, then you have to think about, okay, which speaker is playing back what? And how am I gonna get an accurate stereo image in the venue? Because if you're gonna work with more speakers, like, okay, that's gonna be a bit tougher to set up. And you want everybody in the club to hear the same thing. You don't want the person that stands right in the center in front of the stage to have the best sound, and the person that stands off to the left have a completely skewed perception of the track because the sound is so off. So the easy way to fix it is just to have your setup in mono and work like that. That's just the easy way. Every speaker will be outputting exactly the same exactly the same thing, so adding a bunch of speakers together in one room is just gonna add up and increase the loudness. When you have like a stereo thing, if there's, for instance, phase cancellation between the left and right channel, and you're working with a left speaker and a right speaker, or a bunch of left speakers and a bunch of right speakers, those might end up cancel each other out. But that might not be the same for every spot in the room. Say, right in front of the stage, it might sound good, but somewhere in the left, because the bass frequencies are, you know, the bass frequencies follow along the wall and end up in the corners, there it might actually sound really bad, and everything might be canceling each other out. So, you know, it's just way easier to get stuff to sound good in a club when you play them back on mono. It's just, that's the main point. I mean, yeah, like on this bass as well, like, if you look at what I'm doing here, I'm first controlling the width on the oscillator here. And then I'm adding a mid-side EQ. So that mid-side EQ is basically making anything below about 150 Hertz completely mono. And it's actually creating this little curve. So it just gradually brings the frequencies in and not just, you know, like a brick wall curve. It's just more like a gradual curve. I could even do this probably and make it even more smooth. But I feel that helps. You get a little bit less width here in the mids, and you still get a bit of width in the high frequencies, but you get a completely mono sub. And then this multiband dynamics, as you can see, it's just compressing the sub band, because the downside of turning a Reese to mono, like a stereo Reese, and turning that to mono, is that the sub is gonna go up and down in volume. It's basically gonna move up and down, and that's the result of the phase cancellation. So there's one way how you could fix that, is by taking a separate sub, of course, like a sine wave, put it underneath the Reese, and that should work. I actually done that inside Serum here. But I also like to keep the original sub in the sound, in the patch as well. It helps. It gives the low end a bit more. It helps to gel the low end of the bass with the mid range, because the low end will follow the same movement that the mid range is doing. So that's why I usually try and make the sub in the patch itself work, instead of like adding a separate sub. So then basically to fix that the sub is going up and down in volume, you just compress just the sub band and then bring the volume back up. That way, it'll even out that sub layer without touching the other two, without touching the other frequency bands. So that's how I did that. Yeah, that's the point. Like, if you have the width on the oscillators in Serum to 100% for making a bass and then sum it to mono, unless you are not using unison, of course, if you only use one voice, the patch will be mono anyway. Unless you use, like, some stereo effects, okay? But if you use, like, one voice on the oscillator, that oscillator will always be mono. As soon as you start introducing the unison, that's when you're gonna get stereo. And that's when you want to use that width setting, because if we go back to Serum, it's actually also called, if you hover over it, you can see it's called the unison stereo width. So it only applies to the unison itself. And when you're only using one voice, that's a one voice unison, so there's no stereo difference to be made between the voices. So yeah, that's really something you want to use. Thanks for the follow, by the way. Yeah, you can do it with utility as well. It kind of gives a similar thing, but I'm a much bigger fan of doing it with a mid-side EQ, because you simply get much more control over the shape and what frequencies you want to take out and which not. Yeah, it's the same thing with operator. Exactly. It's the same thing with operator. The spread on operator, if you turn, I see people turn that spread up to 100% when they're making a bass, and I'm like, what are you doing? That's gonna ruin your bass in mono, like, completely. If you want to use the spread in operator, go to like 8, 10, maybe 15% at max, but don't do anything much unless you're making a lead synth or anything like that. And to be honest, a lot of times you can just have your bass be mono. A lot of times the bass can be mono and just widen it up with some chorus in the end, and that should be fine as well. Did I try Vengeance Avenger? No, I did not. So, let's have a look at the feedback. Let's see which tracks we have. Okay, so the first person for feedback is going to be the Future Wizard. I think you're called Ryan P in the chat. I'm not sure if you're still here. Ryan P. I saw your name earlier, so... Ryan, are you still here? Been a while since you've said something, so I'm not sure if you're still here. We'll wait for a little bit, see if you're gonna come back. After Ryan, we will have Kreide, however you want to pronounce it. I think I say that every time you send in a track, but maybe you should just tell me one time how to pronounce your name. Oh, Ryan is back. Okay, cool. Or he's still here. I don't know if he was gone, but let's have listen to Ryan's track then. He sent 2 tracks. Let's see. One is called Arcadia. Oh boy.
Coming back when the time is right.
That's fine, mate. You'll be up next after this one. You're gonna send a track. Cool. Olosha, I'll be doing you after Ryan's track. So Ryan is gonna go right now, and then after Ryan, I'll do your track, so that you have a little bit of time to send me something. Scott, if you want to send a track, you can go to the description below the stream, and there you can find my email address and some instructions on what you need to do. Okay, Ryan has sent 2 tracks, so we're gonna choose one. I'll let the chat decide. We have one track, which is called Arcadia, which is footwork in an ethereal lush style, or we're gonna have a track called Cacao Butter, which is an 808 electronic bass music style. So, Arcadia or Cacao Butter? Chat, you decide. Arcadia or Cacao Butter? Footwork, okay, so that's Arcadia. Now I have 2 footworks and 2 cacao butters. Come on, guys. One more, one person more. Say either footwork or... Okay, footwork it is. Cool. That's gonna be it, then. Ba-dum-bum. Let's go to my browser. Let's bring that over here. We won! Yeah! Let's switch to the feedback stream. Okay, we should be ready to go. Oh yeah, I changed something. Oh yeah, I should do that. Alright, that fixed it. Cool. Okay, let's have a listen to this track. I'm very, to be honest, I really don't have much of a clue what footwork actually is. I've heard the name before, but I've never really listened to it, so let's have a listen.
that there is something out there. It's comforting.
I'm quite enjoying this one, to be quite honest. You don't have any feedback. Yeah, I'm thinking about what I want to say. There's one thing that I could change, that I could think of, and that's I'll have to ask you guys, because I'm like I've literally never listened to footwork before. So is it normal that in this genre the kick drum has like very little punch? Because the kick drum almost sounds as if it's just like, you know, like a sub bass. It's probably an 808, because I see 808 in the text, so the bass is probably an 808. But is it like normal that the 808 does not have a clear punch to the start of it? Yep, soft kick usually. Okay, well, then I don't have much feedback, to be honest, as well. That was literally the only thing I could think of. I was listening to the track and I was like, what would I change? See, and that's probably because I'm not used to this kind of music. I mean, I'll have to say, it does work. It's not like it really put me off or something. It's just like, when I make music, I usually prefer like a kick that has a little bit more punch. So that just put me off a little bit, but when I was listening to the track, especially when the second drop hit, I was kind of used to it by that point, and I was like, yeah, I mean, it still kind of works. Yeah, okay, yeah. Well, like, maybe like a really, really short, punchy, just really short thing, just to give it a slight punch. It doesn't, maybe not even that much, but just a little.
It's comforting.
But really not that much, because like you guys are saying, you don't want to overdo it, because it has a lot of kicks, and the kick is at a really fast rhythm, so... But what I really liked, let's see, the 303, I think, could maybe have a little bit more resonance. I feel like 303 synths are great, but they really shine when they have like a really nice resonance, so that you get that classic 808 sound. You already have it, but maybe a little bit more would be nice. Maybe just try it out. But what I really liked is that vocal sample. I don't know where it is. That vocal sample is really nice. How it transitions with that vocal sample is really good, really well done. The 303, it already has quite a bit of resonance, I hear, actually. Maybe it's just that I would like to see the 303 be a bit more saturated, so a bit more distorted. Like, not like completely distorted to crap, but just a bit of drive to it. Maybe try it out an octave lower, the 303. Because it's quite a high octave, to be honest. Might get too low if it's an octave lower, but maybe just a bit more drive on it. That would maybe be good. But I would still try it out, the octave lower on the 303. I would probably still try it out just to see how it sounds. And if it becomes too muddy, then I would probably, you know, forget about it. But you never know. But I do think it could maybe be a bit more, you know, a bit more gritty. Yeah, like you also have like the background pads, and you have the hi-hats and all the stuff. There's like I think like a pluck instrument or something. Yeah, there's also like some kind of a lead synth in the highs, so maybe dropping it an octave could work. You can at least try it out. But yeah, other than that, I don't think I'll have much else to say, to be honest. We're gonna do Olosha's track next. But I've drank way too much tea, so I have to take a leak again, and I'll let you guys listen to this track because it's quite a cool track. I'll be back in just a bit for the track by Olosha. Really cool track. Really cool track. I'm I'm gonna add this one to my playlist, my feedback stream playlist, because this one is not on private. So that's nice. And I'll give you a follow as well, because I definitely like this one. Thanks a lot for sending this one in. So next next one up is going to be Olosha. Olosha's Really Bad Song. Well, now we're curious. Holy shit, your name. Oh, +1 for the butts. Let's have a listen. Let's bring the level back up. This is probably... I know your stuff from earlier. Be prepared, boys. The 303 could use some more aggression, maybe indeed lower it and some distortion. Yeah, I think you could try it out. I think that could be really cool. Oh, and Jacob, I agree, man. I agree. The feedback sessions, especially in the last couple of weeks, they're getting so much better and better. Like, all you guys are sending in amazing music every week. Every now and then I tune in on feedback streams of other artists, of other YouTubers, and I just listen to what they get sent, and there's like so much just beginner people just sending like really shitty unfinished projects, and just I'm like, damn, I'm glad I'm not you. Like I mean, no, don't get me wrong, I love helping people who are just starting out, but you gotta understand, like, when it's time to send something to somebody for review, right? And I have to say, like, you guys are really killing it in the last couple of weeks. So, big up. Yeah, I love the album art as well. Looks legit. I don't like that the dove is trying to steal the butt though. That's not right. Oh, moist end. Damn it, this is some bass face material. For sure. Yeah, I agree. It sounds really nice. I really like this. And you really have your own style. I agree. It sounds very much like what I heard from you before. And oh. By the way, let the dove come. He can bring it to me. No, I really like this one, man. Yeah, this one is difficult to find something that I don't like. The only thing that I was put off by is the amount of high frequencies in the intro. That could be, though, because of the track before was a lot more low passed than this one, which might be the reason why this one sounded a little bit off at the start. So maybe if I...
Coming back when the time is right.
Thank you so much, man. Means the world.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. By the way, the Japanese voice matches the theme for the track that we were working on today. I didn't even notice that until now. Thanks a lot for the donation, man. Highly appreciated. And I'm not gonna lie, this track is really good. I think the reason I think the intro had put me off a little bit in terms of the high frequencies was maybe because of the previous track. We had just been listening to like 4.5 minutes of other stuff, so that kind of can put you off, but yeah, I same thing with what Mirrorman is saying. I didn't really knew what was coming, so it kind of put me off at first, but now I know what's coming, and I'm probably gonna be like, yeah, it kind of makes sense, because the track needs that. But yeah, that was just the only thing I really had something to say about. The other thing I wanted to say is when I listen to this, I really wonder... I was about to say...
Coming back when the time is right.
Thanks for the feedback and the relentless content.
I love how she pronounces that. Thanks a lot to you as well, Ryan. Thanks a lot. No, oh, Losha, what I was wanting to say. When I listen to your music, what I wonder about is, what would you sound like if you would make some really heavy drum and bass for a change? That would be cool. Maybe you've already done that. It definitely has some extra highs in it. Yeah, I figured that. Maybe tone it down in the intro. Maybe just have the start of the intro start a little bit lower, so that with a little bit less high frequencies, and just fade it in, so that you prepare the listener for it. Because it might put people off when the track starts and it becomes that loud right at the beginning. It might put people off if they're listening to it in like a playlist of something, and they might skip your track. While the track is actually very nice, so maybe if you ease it in a little bit, that could be better. But that will be up to you. Try it out. I mean, I would really like to see some drum and bass from you. That would be cool. I would love to see that. Let's see. Yeah, ease it in. Let's see. We have Selen. Selen, you're up next. I'm gonna add this track to my playlist. I think that's the second track of you in my playlist, or the third one, maybe. I think the second one. Try some 175-ish, maybe even half step. Yeah, that could work. or just go like full on drum and bass for a change. Because you have the loudness, you have the sounds, so I think it could be cool. And you have your own style with this kind of stuff. If you can somehow make that work in drum and bass, oh boy, that could be great. But only if you want to do that, of course. I mean, if you don't like making drum and bass, then don't do it. It's all up to you. Okay, Selen is here. Cool. Let's see. Mate, your track is in private. Or is it missing something? No. I thought maybe it was missing something there. Did you maybe send it again? No, you didn't. Send it right now. Yeah, I mean, go for it, man. Drum and bass. I think it would really work. It would be great, I think. Artifacts, do you know the position of my track in the queue? Let's have a look. Oh, wait, right. You were up next. Sorry. Well, since Selen has to send this track again, we can do your track first. I totally forgot about you. I had already clicked it, so the email was not unread anymore. But you were up next. Thanks for letting me know, because I would have completely skipped you. First track, not featuring Raga Twins. Oh wait, it's the same track from the other... It's the same track that you had before. Or not? Let's have a listen. Yeah, and we'll see the other track coming in probably during this track, so let's have a listen to this one.
Why keep you hiding where the sun is dark? It's undefined, want to know where you are. Why keep you hiding where the sun is dark? The sun is dark.
Okay. Stop. Okay. Vocal is nice. Yeah, I agree. Vocal is nice. Piano melody, like the main piano chords sound fine, but the melody of the piano, so the little one note things that you're playing, those sound very how to say it? Like there's not really any change in velocities between the notes. You want to humanize that, so you want to kind of like, not every note needs to hit at the same velocity. You maybe want to play around with the timing a little bit, so it's not exactly on the grid. See, with a piano piece, if somebody plays something in on a real piano, it's not gonna sound exactly the same on every single note. So you want to keep that in mind when you're writing something with a piano, because otherwise it's just gonna sound very, yeah, just too basic, I guess, for a piano sound. So you really want to work on that, and it can be really simple by just literally changing some velocities and moving some notes just a little bit off grid. It doesn't have to be exactly on the grid. The vocal does fit very well though, so that's nice. That main sound in the drop, like that what do you call it? What is it, a screech? Not really. Where is it? That one, that high-pitched one. I'm not a big fan of those kind of sounds, so maybe that's why, but I feel like you are using it quite a lot, especially here in the last section. That's where it really was used a lot, and maybe even too much, to be honest. I'm not a big fan of the sound, though. I feel like that sound, it's a very, yeah, what, like maybe dubstep 2012 kind of sound. At least that's what I think when I hear that sound. It's a sound that Skrillex used back in the day when he first became big, and then everybody started copying it as soon as somebody figured out how to do it, and they made a tutorial about it. And everybody started copying it. I think even I did like a tutorial on it like a really long time ago. And after that, like, so many people used that sound that after a while you just get done with it, and that's kind of the point I've reached with those kind of screechy sounds. I think you can do more with that sound. The big kick doesn't really work in the D&B part. No, overall I do think the mix can need a bit of work. Like, the levels are not really that well balanced in some sections. Like some of the basses and the synths, they feel like there's too much of a difference between them in terms of volume, so you probably want to even it out and work on the mix down. So, but that's just a matter of listening closely and really just paying attention to what every sound is doing, and listening like, okay, the bass sounds loud, and now the synth comes in, does it sound louder or quieter? You want roughly every section of your track, within the drop at least, to sound the same loudness, roughly. Of course your breakdowns and your intros can be quieter than that, but in your drop you want to kind of keep that loudness consistent, so that's what you want to work on when you do the mix. But other than that, like, this track could be a good track. I'm not saying it's a bad track, by far. Like, maybe, are you using the same kick in the drum and bass part that you're using in the dubstep part? Because if that's the case, then that is probably also the reason why it doesn't work in the drum and bass part. Yeah, here in the drum and bass part, it feels like the what you have, like the reason with drum and bass, it's such a quick tempo. You have very little space in between your drum sounds to begin with, so the longer your drum sounds are, the less space you will have for the bass. So when you're going to use that kick drum in the drum and bass part, I would shorten it. Cut off some of that tail, because you don't need it in drum and bass. In drum and bass, the bass is going to take that over. That low end sub is going to be taken over by the bass completely, so it doesn't really matter if your kick drum is pretty short. Like, well, the one I'm using right now in my track is not that good of an example, I think, because it's quite a long kick as well. But that kick that I'm using is 1 beat long, well, little under a beat. and that is 305 milliseconds. So that's already very short, to be honest. In drum and bass, you're much more likely to see a kick drum that is maybe 170 to 200 milliseconds long, like very short, because you have so little space to work with in between your drums to begin with. So making those drums shorter will help to make the bass have some more space. And then if you just sidechain the kick to the bass, that should work. It should create enough space for the kick drum to come through. Okay, it's time for the next track. And that is going to be, that was, oh yeah, Thomas sent his new track, Selin. Okay, the link changed a bit, so that's good. And it works. Nice. What the hell? Guys, if you hold your finger on the right arrow key, you get some nice stutter effects. Oh, you mean on YouTube? Oh, if you're watching on YouTube. Yeah, if you press the right arrow key, it's probably gonna try and skip forward, but it cannot really skip forward, so I guess that's what's going on. Let's see. Selin. Let's have a listen. By the way, sorry that I stop it right now, but this I have to point out because how weird is this? Didn't we just had to choose between listening to a track called Arcadia and a track called Cacao Butter by Future Wizard? Well, look when I scroll down. Look what the first related track is. Cacao Butter by Future Wizard. Illuminati confirmed. Okay, let's get back into the track. Interesting. Somebody's saying how to send a track in for review. The instructions are in the description below the stream. However, I'm not going to be streaming for that much longer anymore, so I'll probably do maybe 2 more tracks. And I think I have more, well, plenty more tracks than that. Yeah, we have about 8 tracks in the waiting list right now. So, if you want to send a track, then probably better to wait until next week. Next week I'll be doing another live stream on Friday, and then you can send in your tracks again. So, one thing also, I said earlier today in the stream that I'm thinking about stopping with streaming on Twitch and only stream to YouTube just for the sake that most of my audience is there. One other reason why I wanted to do that is because if I am streaming on one platform, it will make it much easier to do like a raffle kind of thing, so that I can pretty much let people send in tracks and then just have the raffle pick somebody at random. The main reason why I cannot do that is that because we're dealing with 2 different chats at the same time. We're dealing with the YouTube chat and we're dealing with the Twitch chat. But like I said, there's only 2-3 people on average watching on Twitch versus like 50 to 60 on YouTube. So it is more work for me to set Twitch up as well before the stream. And if I'm gonna get that little viewers back, is it really worth it? And you know, the pro of it would be that we could do a raffle instead. So that I really like that. Like I want to make the selection of tracks more random, so that whenever you send in a track, either at the start or at the end of the stream, doesn't really matter. Everybody has enough, or everybody has the same amount of chance to get picked. But like, maybe some people like watching on Twitch, but yeah, I'll think about it. I'll think about it. I don't know yet. Now I forgot what I wanted to say about this track. Oh yeah, I wanted to say that I really like the first bass. I really like that first bass that came in, that vowel type bass. It's almost like it's talking, which is kind of nice. I really like that, but then later in the drop some other part came in and that sounded even cooler. Let's see. That part really got me going. I want to say one thing though, I hear a lot of reverb. Like, a lot. I think maybe it would all sound a little cleaner with a little bit less reverb on some of the sounds. That's the thing with reverb. It sounds really nice, but if you use too much, it can clutter up the track really quickly. And it does fill out the background of the track, but it also adds mud to the track. And it kind of blurs the track, if you get what I mean. Kind of just smears this layer of ambience over your track, which can be nice, but in some parts, especially like with heavier drops, you most of the time want to tone it down a bit, and maybe even have some sounds be completely dry, where maybe the higher pitched bass sound, so for instance that wet high pitched bass sound that came in there in that section, that one, that one will sound good with reverb, but like some of the other ones could maybe be a bit drier, and that would help make it sound a bit heavier probably. And yes, Fridays are a regular thing. I'm always streaming on Friday evening, so every Friday 8 PM Central European time, stream time. The other thing I wanted to check is how this sounds in mono. I think some of the basses are pretty wide, actually. Let's have a listen. Let's see if I can do that. I should be able to. Now it should be mono. Yeah, it's not too bad. It doesn't change too much, so you don't lose a lot. It doesn't get really thin, so that's a good thing. Like, yeah, it sounds good in mono, yeah. Like, sometimes when you have really wide basses, they can cancel each other out. So the left and the right channel might cancel each other out. And if that happens, your bass ends up sounding really thin. But having a stereo bass doesn't always mean that they completely cancel each other out. That's only when they are the complete opposite of each other, like in terms of the phase. But like if it's just off just a little bit, it can still be pretty wide, while at the same time sound good in mono. So, I mean, that's good. That's good. Okay, you were saying something about the ending. I actually like an ending like that. Something weird. I mean, why not? I actually like stuff like that. Yeah, I don't think I have much else to say, to be honest. This section where the bass pitches up, like the glide notes, I'm not a big fan of that section, just because it's not really doing anything for me musically. It's like the section is there. It feels as if it's like a filler section. That's what I get for a feeling I get from that particular section with that pitchy bass. That little well, what is it? That higher pitch note where it pitches up, I'm like, not sure. Like, I'm not a big fan of that particular thing, but that's just me. Part of that could be because when you pitch up an octave, the sub becomes really loud, because the sub is then actually too high to be a sub, and it becomes like a low mid frequency, and because it's then really loud, it becomes like, I'm not a big fan of that. So either you'd have to roll off the sub, which is not really a sub anymore on that higher pitch note, or you have to maybe do something else with that bass in that section. But that's gonna be it. That's gonna be it for this track. So, let's see. Who's the next one? We have, up next we have Scud. Scuds, or Scud. Are you still here? Scud and Castro with Ease Out. Let's see if he's still here. Yeah, he's still here. Okay. Well, then there we go. Let's see, this track, is it on... Oh no, it's not on private. Well, you made it not private anymore because of the feedback, so I'll not add it to the playlist right now. You might want to work a bit on it. Okay, let's have a listen to this one. Okay, one moment. Somebody is saying in the chat. Could I ask you which articles did you read about mixing on sound and sound to improve yourself, please? Yeah, you can ask it. You can ask it, but I don't think I have the answer for you. Sorry. The reason for that is that it's been a long time ago, and I honestly don't remember. I honestly don't remember which specific articles I've read. I just know that over the years, and especially during that year when I spent a lot of time on working on my mixdowns, I just spend a lot of time reading up on mixing and mastering, and it doesn't really matter where I could find, you know, good articles. I just know that, for instance, Sound on Sound is a pretty trustworthy source and has some really good articles on the subject. Doesn't really matter what you pick. Like, most of the articles, they should be explaining the same thing. And you can get really deep with it, and it's just about, you know, one article might talk about it in a little bit of a broader way, while another one might go really specific, in depth on some particular thing. But, like, I don't know, I didn't search for, like, a specific thing. I just really just searched for anything I could find on mixing and mastering, even if it didn't apply to electronic music. It's literally just getting to know your tools and getting to know how it works and how you can make your tracks sound better. And in the end, it's all about knowing your tools and practice. That's pretty much all there is to it. But, like, I couldn't give you an article right now because I've probably read a couple of dozen of them, and not everyone was probably as good as the other one. So, you know, and it's been a while ago since I made that video. So, yeah. Sorry. Let's rewind. Yeah, awesome one. This one has a really, like, that old school jungle vibe, which I really like. Kind of digging this right now because I'm also going for a little bit of a more of an old school vibe on my track at the moment. Yeah, love this one. One thing though, I do agree with, for my taste, it gets a bit repetitive in sections because it's like, it's a lot of the same. And you have a lot of space. You don't necessarily have to fill it all up with like bass sounds or anything like that. I actually agree that right now with a little bit of a gap every now and then, it actually sounds pretty nice. But I do think there could be like something more. Maybe like a little percussion roll every now and then, or a little drum fill in the end of a section where there is a gap. Like, you don't have to fill it up with bass, but maybe with some extra percussion, just to give those sections a little bit something extra. For my taste, I would have probably shortened this down to maybe 4.5 minutes. So maybe take off almost 1.5 minutes. Especially here in the breakdown. The breakdown got pretty still at some point. But other than that, I really like this track. I really like this one. Yeah, I see we are agreeing, Mirror Man. 4 minutes 30. Yeah, that's what I would do as well. I think that would be a great length for a track like this. Although, indeed, with the more old school sounding tracks, you can have longer tracks. But we are not living in the old school times anymore, so you can still go for the old school sound, but maybe if you want to stay relevant today, you might want to shorten it up a little bit. But I do agree, there's definitely going to be people that want to play this out. Definitely. Double drop every drop. Yeah. It's definitely a good tune. Yeah, I really like this one. Also, and all of you guys, you're watching right now, I think I see quite a few names in here that are not part of my Discord server. If you want, then you can join my Discord server, where you can talk about drum and bass, or talk about other genres of music, talk about music production, all those kind of things. The invite link is below the stream in the description if you are on YouTube, and if you're on Twitch, just scroll down and the invite link should be there as well. Would be great to see you guys there. Do we have anything else to say? Not too much, I think. I mean, just sounds like a cool track. Thanks, Art, it's released now, so I can't make any changes. Oh, I get that. I get that. Like you said earlier, you can always do a VIP version, right? I like it though. I like it. It's a really cool track. It has that dub vibe, that reggae dub kind of style, which is completely different from what I'm going for. Like, my track has a bit of an old school sound as well, but my track is more like an old school, what are you gonna call it? Like an old school stomper or something like that. Where this is much more like a nice jungle roller kind of thing. And it's really cool. Yeah, and what is this released? Where was this released? The Discord is about teeth growing out of tumors. Yeah, we had a little bit of a weird discussion earlier this week. I mean, we have an off-topic channel in the Discord server, and that is for good reasons. Because otherwise the other channels are going to turn into a mess. Because, you know, people want to talk about whatever they feel like talking about, so... better to have, like, a section where you can talk about whatever you want, right? Serial killers. I've never heard of that label, to be honest. Let me search for that. Serial killers? With a Z? Oh, serial killers. Oh, they're pretty big, to be honest. 36k? That's pretty good. Nice. Nice. Good job. To be honest, I never heard of this label, but I'm not that big into jungle anymore. I used to listen to a lot of jungle back in the day when, in my early drum and bass days, like really early drum and bass days, I actually found out drum and bass through jungle, so I've listened to a lot of jungle, but I'm really out of touch with the recent jungle releases, so I might have to listen to it again, because I quite enjoyed jungle back in the day. This track and 2 more of mine are on a compilation album. Oh, nice. Nice. Scott, are you in my Discord yet? Because you should be, I think. I think you would enjoy it. Let's see. Oh yeah, I gave you a follow already. Cool. I think, guys, I'm gonna end it with this track. I think it's gonna be a good one to end the stream with. I have to stop a little earlier than normal, because I have to work early tomorrow, so, normally I don't work on Saturday, but, tomorrow I have to, so, that's why. If you guys wanna get any of the shirts, these ones, then check out the Basic Waves website. You can go to basicwaves.com, that is Basic Waves with a Z on the end, and you can use the code Artifacts10 to get a 10% discount on one of your purchases, and with that, you will also help my live streams, you will help support my YouTube channel, and help pay for some new plugins maybe that I can work with in the videos. So, other than that, like I said, you can find the Discord invite link below the stream, and I'll be doing another live stream next week. Next week I will be working on the same track that we did this week, I think. I said that last week as well, but I completely finished that track in the last week, so that's why we started a new track today. And I think, though, that next week we are going to be working on either the track from today or a different track, but we'll have to see. Hey, why is Olosha's done? Oh, there we go.
Coming back when the time is right.
Have a good night, man. Thank you.
Same to you, man, and to all of you, by the way. I'll be back next week, 8 p.m. Central European Time on Friday for another live stream. I'll play the track we were working on today right now, because some of you might have tuned in a little bit later, so let me just play it one more time while we're at it, and that's going to be the end of the stream. So I'm playing this to the end of the drop here, and then I'll stop the stream. So thanks for watching, guys, and I'll see you guys again next week. I'll be doing some more tutorials as well the coming week, so keep your requests up. I've got an entire list of requests right now. I'm gonna be good for the coming weeks with making tutorials. So, but keep the requests coming, because without the requests, I will not be able to sustain a regular upload schedule. Because I'll just run out of ideas too quickly. So thanks a lot for all the requests. You can always keep making requests under my YouTube videos. You can send them to my Twitter, or just come to my Discord and let me know and let me know right there. So yeah, without further ado, it was a great stream, and I'll see you guys back again next week. Peace. And I'm not hearing anything. Phil. Okay, later.
They stun their victims with poison powder and spirit them away. Where the ninja had been, there is darkness.
Chaos.